60 kilo, 05, right turn on Sierra, with Mercedes, contact London, 121 decimal 8 Halo. 05 and Sierra, and 121, could make it, 60 kilo. Blue Max 287, flying to the case 05 or later, wind is 200 degrees, 9 knots, runway 27 to the left. Let's start with 211, Roger, 05, 287.
Morning everyone, almost afternoon. So we were meant to be here earlier, but then there's a no time for displaced threshold. So why not, sure. Purple stroke.
Blue Max 287, 05, right on Sierra, contact ground, 12 decimal 8. 05, Sierra, 1 Gemstone 39er Victor
So
with
wind is
0 degrees, they come from
currently quite changeable. It is going to get up to about a 20 knot crosswind before we're done. Welcome Dean, ERB, Brian, El Ray, Ruby, Sheila, Thomas, Matt, who else is there? Johnny, John Anderson, thank you for 13 months in the Spotters Club. Don, welcome. Carol, and I know Scary commented earlier on this morning. Felt lonely being the only first comment apparently.
Sierra 4 available. Okay. Chester 39 Victor, right turn on Sierra, contact ground 121 decimal 8, see it.
Cornwall, morning as well.
118, Chester 39 Victor. Yeah.
So,
Right, 33 Papa Alpha, 200 degrees, 10 knots, runway 28 left, clear land. Clear left, clear land, Ryanair 33 Papa Alpha, thanks.
we're going to have, hopefully, the displaced threshold. We're going to have a little bit of crosswind, and there is a Comlux 737-500 inbound. Quite pretty looking, styled like a BBJ. A few minutes ago we had an A330 land this side Rogue. They were on reverse ops temporarily for about 15 minutes, and we had EIDW come in from SFO on this side. Emergency squawk 7700. It's a medical emergency on board. So they were fast-tracked to stand with emergency vehicles on standby for whoever's unwell. Wishing them all the best and a speedy recovery. Smaller camera and microphones today, just because I don't know what the wind is going to do. It does say up to 42 kilometers per hour. Whether that happens or not, who knows? Bren, I was just saying, yeah, I wasn't live for it, but I did record it here landing in front of me on 10 right. Got the wave. ERB, I have seen it. Very sad news. I think it's been confirmed that both pilots didn't survive. As always, folks, with accidents like that, we won't preempt any investigation with conjecture or suggestion. Just obviously, we're keeping those on board and their loved ones in mind. A nasty situation.
Emirates 161, wind 220 degrees at 9 knots, runway 28 to left.
Emirates triple from Dubai. Channel 65, Whiskey, Bay, continue approach, runway 28 left, wind is 210 degrees, 10 knots. Retreating blade, welcome.
Emirates 161.
David, how do?
We are able 05, Emirates 161. Thank you, Emirates 16105, right to Sierra, the cockpit Norman 121 and that's 208, take care.
Mark, morning slash almost afternoon. enjoy this, because this will be one of the few heavies because we've started later. But we are going to get, hopefully, a displaced threshold to make up for it. So.
Shot 55, with 200 meters, ladder knots on the 28 left.
We're about to see where today's thumbnail came into existence. Zach, medical emergency on board. Vision thing, Paul, how do?
Wood check 2003, 11 off.
So, excuse me, those of you who follow Michael Kelly or Flight Radar on X will have seen over the last 3 or 4 days posts about Qatar moving aircraft to storage. Qatar have moved 20 or 30 aircraft to Teruel in Spain. Long-term storage. I don't know what the implications are for Dublin with the Qatar route. While they have restarted some, Dublin is not one of them. Wet roll. Paul, I do say that with John Walton all the time. We'll swap you. We'll take one of the 380s, you can have a triple. Because you're spoiled with 380s.
Shot 65 with the right turn off Sierra.
Elegant, inspirational, divine, virtuous, majestic
Sandra,
retro
how do?
with the cute button nose.
Afternoon. Morning. Afternoonish.
Shema 3 Echo Golf Star today. Wind is 210 degrees, 9 knots, and runway 28 left to the left. Runway 28 left, Shema 3 Echo.
Sneaky retro, exactly, yeah. As well as that, Michael O'Leary has announced, or has said in an interview, he expects the 737 MAX 10 to be certified by Q3, which is what? June to September this year, he expects the MAX 10 to be available. Ryanair have 150 of them ordered. So they've 210 MAX 8s and 150 MAX 10s ordered. May, thank you very much. 21 months. Again, Trevor, we are aware it's not nice, but we won't speculate. None of us here have any clue. The only thing we can do is send our wishes and our regards. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people, including staff, employees, friends, people on board, the whole lot, going through a hard time. So, I know if it was me, I wouldn't want someone speculating about my family member. I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying we won't. Conal, the two parts are on the RT player, yes? Adrian was streaming. Yeah, the third pillar here, I'm on the second one. This is the one I always use. Ada ended up on number 3 at some point yesterday. A little bit of wobble vision. After them opening up this area for the coaches last year, pillar number 3 got moved around so much that the bottom of it is uneven and it wobbles when you move on it. Alias, welcome. May, that's what we were just discussing. So, Qatar have not resumed.
Right on Sierra 4, it's complete. Fox India. Fox India, when they clear the contact ground on 121 display, thank you. 1218.
EI Wi-Fi.
Whiskey, surface wind is 2, 1 and 0 degrees, 1 and 3, runway 28 left, turn left. Okay, runway 28 left and now 36, okay.
So Qatar have not resumed the Dublin service yet, since stopping it the day after the Middle East broke out, and they're moving a lot of their aircraft into storage, long-term storage in Spain.
Good afternoon, Speedbird 830 Delta, number 2, runway 28 left, continue, the wind is 200 degrees at 12 knots. Right,
so, I don't know the implications for the Dublin route. They've moved 330s, 350s, a 380 or two. Do they even have 380s? And triples into Teruel in Spain. You'll all remember Teruel being famously absolutely wedged with aircraft during COVID. See,
36 whiskey, whiskey, vacate 05, right to 0. 36 whiskey, whiskey, when vacated, contact ground frequency 121, decimal 8, bye-bye. 121, bye-bye, ring on 36 whiskey.
Graham, welcome.
Favor 830 down to surface with 210 degrees and 10 knots, reach right left, turn left. 11 weeks right left.
B8 from Heathrow next. I'd be concerned with Qatar, the way they're moving aircraft like that. That, to me, that doesn't mean they're in trouble. I hope. You know that kind of way? I did read that they already did get a bailout a few years ago following COVID to keep them going. I can't imagine. Although the loss of revenue across all the Middle Eastern carriers, I imagine, is dramatic. Bren, VOR 9 is that calibration plane. It is due to land here at some point in the next couple of hours. We should be here for it. If it hasn't already landed.
Good morning, Ryanair, Charlie, we're fully established, ILS, Ryanair, Charlie, 2 now, runway 28 left, continue the winds, 210 degrees and 9 earth knots. Continue, Ryanair, Charlie.
Ryanair from Katowice. Graham checking me homework now on the pronunciation. I'm not really known for mispronouncing things anyway, so it's okay.
Ryanair 49 is X-ray, vacate 05, right on 0. 05, right on 0, Ryanair, small 993, Ryanair 49 is X-ray, thank you, and vacating, contact ground on 121, decimal 8, bye-bye.
Mike, welcome.
Sherman 5 Kilo Echo, surface wind is 210 degrees and 10 knots, runway 28 left, turn left.
Aer Lingus from Madrid. Paul, I've always said I'd love to stream from other Irish airports.
Will you make 04? Kilo Echo, Sierra 4 behind the Ryanair onto the Sierras, and the K to contact ground 121.
Just waiting for ATC to stop talking.
Sierra 4, Sierra behind the Ryanair, and after 118, thank you.
Traffic.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Ryanair 8, Charlie, surface wind is 210 degrees 11, knots runway 28 left, clear to land. Runway 28 left, clear to land, Ryanair 8, Charlie.
I was actually contemplating driving
Ryanair 8, Charlie,
to Shannon today.
1018 hectopascals, Ryanair 8, Charlie.
The Maximus Antonov AN124 came in again last night and departs Shannon today at 5 p.m. and I was going to go down for it, except there's nothing an hour and a half before it and an hour and a half after it. So 2.5 hour, 3 hour drive each way for one plane.
Ryanair 9-1, Quebec, Golf, your number 1 now, runway 28 left, continue, the wind is 210 degrees at 12 knots.
Look at the registration of OS41 on Flight Radar. Yeah, Colin, that was the emergency inbound Aer Lingus 330 from San Fran. Medical emergency on board. I did get it landing here. I recorded it. I wasn't live. Rogue landing on 10 right.
Sierra 5, Sierra, Ryanair 8, Charlie.
Nearly spat out my raspberry croissant while I was eating in the van when I heard it coming in.
Ryanair 9-1, Quebec, Golf, surface wind is 210 degrees 13 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land. That's big, let's go. Altitude H now 1018 hectopascals.
Ryanair from Hamburg will be next to land. There's a twofer to be had, but it's too gloomy. I don't think it's going to work. Might even get it temporarily for a second. There you go. Then it throws the focus out. The greyness behind the plainness not working for us. Little have croissant shaped Easter eggs. What a time to be alive. Hey. Although I'm very particular about chocolate. Only certain kinds I'll eat. And that tastes like cooking chocolate goes in the bin straight away.
Dublin morning, Shamrock, or afternoon, Shamrock 34 Juliet Islet, 28 left, 5 miles. Hey, Shamrock 34 Juliet, you're just coming number 1, runway 28 left, continue, surface wind is 210 degrees 13 knots. Continue approach, Shamrock 34 Juliet.
Bus. course you did. You didn't want to see that landing anyway. You just came here for the side of a bus. So Colin, I was listening to the ATC here. They were cleared to land and they were already given instructions before they landed where to taxi. Their taxi was being fast tracked to the stand and emergency vehicles were waiting for them. So as I said, speedy recovery and well wishes to whoever was ill on board. I can't imagine what that feels like. Knowing you're up in the air and being that unwell.
Shamrock 34 Juliet, surface winds 220 degrees 12 knots, away straight left, clear to land. Runway straight left, clear to land. Shamrock 34 Juliet.
This day next week sees the first scheduled flight from Dublin to Tirana in Albania. Wow. Ryanair have established a new base in Tirana, I believe. .343 from Zurich. We do have an Air Baltic Wookie operating for Swiss due in. And like I said, the Comlux 737-500. Second time in this week, I believe. Paul Green, welcome. And Paul 787, hello to you as well.
Shamrock 34 Juliet, vacate 05, continue right on Sierra.
The world changed when they started making concrete floor planks that look like wood floor planks, and then wood floor planks that look like concrete floor planks.
One vacated, 128, thanks, Shamrock 34 Juliet. Ryanair 81 at Lima Mike, surface wind 210 degrees at 12 knots, away to 8 left, turn left. Just left at that Ryanair, Lima Mike.
Vision thing, did I see yourself and John will have another repeated special guest on Wednesday? Is that right? Ryanair from Vienna. Ford, how do?
Surface wind 210 degrees at 10, knots away to 8 left, clear land. Get land, turn left, right, 87. One question today, good afternoon, Golf X-ray, flight number 2, runway 287, wind is 20 degrees and 10 knots. Okay, yeah, number 2,
6 a.m. start on Friday. Woo. What is it with these Manchester boys? All have to be at the airport for 6 a.m. Huh? Oh, go on. Simon Lowe, Simon from Think Planes, Drones and Planes. And even the lads from Flight, I think, start crazy early on a Saturday morning sometimes. I just don't believe in starting at 6 a.m. Yeah. I could do. But here's the thing. Who's going to get up to watch? Like, I know Dean and Adrian will be there no matter what at 6 a.m. Sarah Jane, 6 o'clock, happens twice a day. There you go. Today's a learning day.
Sailing 1 Golf X-ray, surface wind 200 meters, 10 knots, wind 8 left, clear landing.
Graham, I'll be at the airport on Saturday at 4 a.m. Yeah, but you're going somewhere. That's allowed. Standing here watching them? Meh. Yellow socks. And birds in front of yellow socks. Move out of the way.
Golf X-ray, vacate 05, then right on Sierra. Sierra 5, right on Sierra, weighing 1 Golf X-ray. 1 Golf X-ray, when vacating, contact ground frequency 121.
Correct, but I said 6 o'clock. I didn't say AM.
Right. Ryanair 3, Tango Bravo, surface wind is 200 degrees and 12 knots, runway 28 left, turn left. Clear land.
Don't be eating the stones. Mate, enjoy lunch. So, according to the NOTAM, unless it's changed since before I went live, the ILS here will be turned off at 1:40 p.m. So, an hour and 20 minutes or so from now. Runway PAPI lights turned off. Runway centerline lights turned off, and then it'll be RNP approaches only. Good stuff, David. When we do have the Dub meetup, we'll start at 6:30, but we won't specify which one. I like it. So, those asking why, there's construction works on down this end of the runway, and to assist with those construction works, especially when they're bringing in some of the higher construction vehicles, they put the displaced threshold in, which forces the aircraft to land further towards us, closer to us, which means they're higher when they're crossing those construction vehicles. Austrian Wolf, welcome. I hope you all enjoyed summer last Friday, because that's the end of it. All gone. Back to onions again today. I am. Sure, Paul, Vision Thing, you're watching this too. Keeping an eye on Wednesday. The wind chill is meant to be horrific on Wednesday. However, winds of 80 kilometers per hour. At the moment, the forecast says it's a headwind, but you know yourself, it takes very little for that to change. So we were planning streaming Wednesday anyway. Austrian, we have the Comlux 737-500. I think it's a BBJ, is it? Due in. Alistair, welcome back. Freddie, afternoon to you. Hope all are well. So I will monitor timings and stuff of weather for Wednesday. Obviously if it snows, I'm staying at home. But yeah, might even bring a behind the scenes camera for Wednesday. You can see me dressed like the Michelin Man. Oh yeah, you're doing Friday. Is it the two Johns on Wednesday? So is it? I did see John Walton say he might make another appearance. Ryanair from Barcelona. Wind starting to build a little bit now. I know, poor John Walton was getting a little bit of cabin fever. Hadn't been Southside in a while and was missing it. So Good for him to get out. Be there. Sandra, so John mods for Simon Lowe. He used to be out on a Saturday morning with him as well, but apparently they have a mod shortage and Simon's channel, the chat is getting that busy, so John undertook to stay home and moderate from home just because he has signal issues and stuff when he's outside. I'll send John your CV when we delete you from the Dubjet mods for the Egypt Air comment.
LM63 Whiskey, good day, number, just becoming number 1 now, runway 28 left, continue, the wind is 200 degrees, 8 knots.
I was gonna, Sandra, I was gonna start the stream and have you removed and see how long it took you to copy. Only as a joke, obviously. Just because you hurt my one feeling. That suits me.
Ryanair 71 Romeo Juliet, vacate to the right, Sierra 5, continue right at Sierra. So Sierra, Ryanair 71 Romeo Juliet. Ryanair 71 Romeo Juliet, thank you, and when vacated, contact
Emma,
on 121
afternoon.
Goodbye. 128 Ryanair 71 Romeo Juliet, goodbay. Regulation, Sherman 3, golf, 5.5 miles, and it's like that.
Yeah.
Sherman 3, golf,
You're just trying to hurt my feeling.
Left, continue, wind is 200 degrees and 10 knots. Continue number 2, Sherman 3, golf, KLM 63 Whiskey, surface winds 200 degrees and 10 knots, only 20 left, turn out.
KLM 737 700 next. It's just my way of showing you're dead on. Like, yeah, just so you know, I'll delete you all tomorrow and never give you a second thought. Freddie, I'm an expert at stirring the pot. Everyone needs a hobby, Freddie. I am, of course, joking. Our mods carefully hand-picked from community members to enhance user experience. Except for Ada. We just wanted him to stop being rude. Bruce, welcome back. Alpha Wolf, how do? Say what? That's not how I became a mod. The Dubjet mods, none of them were even asked. They were unconsensually modded, a lot of them. Freddie, great stuff. It's important to be able to do stuff like that, isn't it? Normal stuff. Aer Lingus from Munich, and then we have another yellow socks behind that from Barcelona. Poacher turned gamekeeper.
Good afternoon to you, Aviation 8720, number 2, runway 28 left, continue, surface wind is 200 degrees at 8 knots. Continue, 180.
Well, David, they do all have weapons of choice. Ruby has her axe, Helen has Lucille, and Sandra specialises in the throat punch, so chosen for a reason.
Number 3 Golf Mike, vacate 05, continue right on Sierra. 05 right Sierra, number 2 Golf Mike. Number 3 Golf Mike, thank you. When vacated, contact ground on 121 this way, bye-bye. That's vacate to 118, number 3 Golf Mike.
Exactly that, Freddie. Exactly that. Behind yellow socks is our Air Baltic Wookie operating for Swiss. I think you were taking the wobbly nosedive wobbly a little bit too seriously yesterday, Ado.
Fueling 8720, vacate 05, continue right on Sierra. Continue right. Alpha Sierra. Frame here, 05 and right on Sierra. Okay, right on Sierra. Fueling 8720, when vacated, contact ground frequency 121.8. Wait.
Quick look at our crosswind situation. Wiggle, non-stop, wiggle, flare. Geraldo, welcome. So, Air Baltic Wookie for Swiss. You better come down here. They're slowing for forward though. We're okay. We're okay.
Swiss 477 Lima, vacate Sierra 5, continue right of Sierra. Sierra 5, continue by Sierra, Swiss 477 Lima. Swiss 477 Lima, thank you. When vacated, contact ground frequency on 121.8, bye-bye. 121.8, 477 Lima, goodbye.
Now, Adrian got a great Wookiee to finish yesterday on the wider from Bergen. Come on, Baltic, don't let me down.
Ryanair 280 Yankee Fox, surface wind 230 degrees at 7 knots, clear now. Clear deck, Ryanair 280 Fox.
Too fast. Didn't slow down enough. Ryanair from Krakow. Ado has started the new summer dance craze, the wiggle wiggle nosedive. Ado, 25 months. Wow.
Ryanair 7812 to left. Ryanair 7812, thank you. For surface wind is 230 degrees 11 knots, runway 28 left.
Ruby, got your bong? I was just about to type it. Thank you, Adrian. Don't mind what the others say about you. I think you're great. Noosh, welcome. Ado's getting a super bong.
Good day, 24 Sierra Bravo, established to left. Play around 24 Sierra Bravo, over 2, the approach, the wind is 220 degrees and 12 knots. Continue, 24 Sierra Bravo.
In those 25 months, he's become addicted to watching plane streams, has started streaming himself, and has established himself as the resident airport Moses, dodging the rain when the rest of us get destroyed while streaming. David, thank you for 13 months. direct Maxev, welcome. F4 203 from Stansted. Just came direct from Maxev. Yeah. We have to stop.
Rescue 17, just hold position, one more to land. Hold position, Rescue 17. Ryanair 7812, will you make Sierra 4?
Sierra 4.
Ryanair 7812, vacate Sierra 4, continue right on Sierra. Sierra 4 right on Sierra, Ryanair 7812. Ryanair 7812, one vacated, contact ground frequency 121, decimal 8, bye-bye.
Ian, 21 months in the Spotter Club, thank you very much.
Ryanair 24 Sierra Bravo, 230 degrees 7, not so 28 left. 228 left, Ryanair 24 Sierra Bravo.
At least someone got it. Comlux flight is 15 minutes away from Malaga. Nice. I've seen this on radar. It is pretty. Hopefully we get it down here to Sierra 5. Right, it's time for the jacket to go on. It's that cold. Yes, I said it. It's cold. Wendy. 29 months in the Spotter. These milestones are crazy. It doesn't even feel like I've been streaming that long. I know, obviously I have, clearly. But, wow. Wendy, thank you very much. And Ian, 21 as well. Wendy wants a ping pong too.
Rescue 17 from runway 16, proceed now, runway 28 left, listen out, report vacating. 116, cleared on 28 left, listen out, report vacating.
This is Ryanair from Turin.
Ryanair 5183 Victor. Good day, Ryanair 5183 Victor, number 1, runway 28 left, continue, runway inspection in progress, surface wind is 230 degrees 9 knots, continue. Continue, Ryanair 5183 Victor. Ryanair 24 Sierra Bravo, vacate Sierra 5, continue right on Sierra. Sierra 5 and continue on Sierra, 24 Sierra Bravo.
We got you, Andy. We got you.
Vacated, contact ground on 121, decimal 8, bye-bye.
Graham says membership's not showing. Why is it doing that? Graham, when it gets to a certain point, like I think you are yourself, Andrew and Brian being the longest, I don't know whether it lets you do the individual milestones or not. I'll have to check. That could be why.
Rescue 17 there, hold short for 28 left, contact ground now on 121, that's me. Holding short, 28 left, 121, that's great, thanks. Ryanair 5183 Victor, surface wind 230 degrees 9 knots, runway 28 left, clear ground.
Graham asked for more milestones and was told there are no more. I'll have to check it, Graham, for you. There's Brian Throwing down 32 months. Thanks, Brian. Wendy, Graham and Brian will all remember the old days where everything was a bing bong. Multiple bing bongs. For every gifted membership, the automated bing bongs went bananas. So if you gifted 20, it bing bonged 20 times. Those were the days, huh? Ryanair from Rome, FCO, Fiumicino, I think. Those were the days, a simpler era. We might do one. The next kind of milestone for the channel, we might revert to the old bing bong ways, just to wreck everyone's head. Have to make sure John is here though.
Runway 51 X-ray Victor, continue right now into taxiway Sierra, contact ground 121, destination right, 70 right, Runway 51 X-ray Victor, bye-bye.
Sarah Jane, have you tried, I know this sounds mental, have you tried doing the forgot password hack? Kind of resets your account, and if you get the new password it might let you in. Failing that, just create a new account and jump on in. I'll remove the old one. Sandra, it's 3 years now. It was 3 years in January, and I'm still not used to it, and I don't think I ever will be. I don't know. I'm sure Adrian and Dean will tell you the same. I don't know, it just feels uncomfortable. I don't know what it is. If I could turn off gifting memberships, I would. However, if I do that, you all lose your milestones. That's the only reason it's still turned on. Nicholas, welcome.
Surface wind 220 degrees 12 minutes.
Wendy did put up 2 pictures of bears at the bird feeder the other day. And one of the bears looks like he's smiling for the camera. It's class. KC, Brian, how do? Aer Lingus from Prague, just on final. And behind that then is our Comlux 737-5. Brian, 22 months. Thank you very much. I know this sounds mental. I have no problem if people want memberships. That's fine. I understand that. To a certain extent, I'm the same. I have memberships myself. The gifting thing, I think is, for me, unnecessary. I know there's people out there that do this for a living. That's not me. I do this so I have 353 people to torment all at once. Larry, congrats on 25 months. Thank you very much. Some huge milestones today in the chat. Don't know how you're all able to walk with them.
Runway.
It's official. Jacket's getting zipped up. Only because it was banging off the tripod, making noise, that's all. So, Comlux 737-500. Comlux Malta. It does look like a BBJ. Registration 9 Hotel Mike Alpha Charlie.
Very good afternoon, Jefferson 23 Charlie. We're fully established.
Fly Coco, welcome back.
Jefferson 23 Charlie, number 2, runway 28 left, continue, and the wind is 220 degrees leftwards. Continue approach, Jefferson 23 Charlie. Mike, Mike, 10 on to work, getting 05. Mike, Lima, Mike, step 128, firm, 05, right onto Sierra, contact ground, 121, that's 8. 05, right on Sierra, ground 121, looks like the same on 2, see. Gemstone 23 Charlie.
Brian, I was here when it landed rogue on 10 right. It wasn't streaming, I just recorded it. It was a medical emergency. Glenn in Florida. Morning to you. The construction crew have moved down behind us here now. They were ahead of us at the start of the stream. They're now behind me.
Surface wind 220 degrees at 12.
ATR inbound from Glasgow.
Shamrock 5 Whiskey Golf, number 2, runway 28 left, continue.
Number 2, Shamrock 5 Whiskey Golf.
Gemstone 23 Charlie, vacate Sierra 4, continue right onto Sierra. Sierra 4, right, you're not Sierra, Gemstone.
Dave Flynn, how do?
So 23 Charlie, when vacate, contact ground, 121, decimal 8, bye-bye. Contact ground, 121, decimal 8, Gemstone.
Mark,
Charlie, thanks.
welcome. Gary, hello to you too. Livery messing with the head. Grayscale. They have a gold one as well. I thought it was the gold one that was meant to be coming in. That's why I was saying earlier on to the others, which is pretty. Looks posh inside. I imagine it's done with a full business setup. Gary, is it?
Echo India, Whiskey Fox India Tower. Shamrock 5 Whiskey Golf, surface wind is 220 degrees left, also way 28 left, clear to land.
Round 2 left, Shamrock 5 Whiskey Golf.
We did have last year an A340 arrive in Dublin. I was working, unfortunately, not streaming. A340 with a full business layout throughout the aircraft as well. So it's not uncommon. Aer Lingus from Barcelona, followed by Ryanair from Luxembourg next. We're going to have another 2 ATRs in the next few minutes. Hannah from Birmingham and GZV from Edinburgh. Does look that way, yeah. Safe to say, Gary, I'll never plonk me backside on one of them anyway.
So regular from Runway Bravo Yankee, please service choice left. Runway Bravo Yankee, continue approach from my 28 left.
Comlux is a 56-seater, so all business class. Wow. Aer Lingus 737-500 used to have 117 seats. Thank you, Brian. So, Barcelona. Chat soon, Gary.
Short 5 with you on the pitch here, 5 to right here.
5 right here, is that right? 5 with you.
No, they're not. They're doing something with the ditches.
Bravo Yankee 2203,
I just heard one of them giving out about cars parked here at the pillars, so it'll be interesting to see whether they look for us to move. See, this is what I was talking about earlier on, about the mods adding to the community. The knowledge Brian has is probably unsurpassed in the chat, and we see it every stream. There's always something new we're learning from Brian, or something we didn't know, and it's great. That's what it's all about, sharing knowledge of a shared interest. It's class. Thank you, Brian. ERB, chat soon. Don't work too hard. Ryanair from Luxembourg. Big gust of wind. Spleen stopper, Sierra 4, look at that.
And the one for correction 1A Bravo Yankee, thank you, Sierra 4 right here. Sierra 4 right to Airline, Bravo Yankee. Jets on 65 Yankee, 210 degrees, 13 knots, runway 28 left here to land.
Passengers almost been asked to tuck and roll there.
1A Bravo Yankee, contact ground, 121.8, bye-bye. 1A, bye-bye, when I was Bravo Yankee.
Don't know what I'm sharing, but you're all welcome to whatever knowledge. Hey, who else tells us about drunk raccoons? Come on. And Mr. Tippy Tappy is a Dubjet memory that's never going to go away as well. You see? I do actually listen. Packmate, there is a Dardistown Cemetery is at the end of the road where the mound is. That's where that was heading. During Dean's stream, there was a horse-drawn funeral procession. Andy, yeah, horrific news. Obviously, you're based at LaGuardia, so I did mention it already. We're thinking about everyone over there. It's going to be a difficult day. Our next arrival is Hannah from Birmingham.
Ryanair 424 Whiskey 210 degrees, 11 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land. Clear to land 28 left, Ryanair 44 Whiskey.
Ryanair from far away. And did throw up in did put up in Adrian's chat on the way back from Faro the other night. Everyone on board felt the plane was getting too warm, like the AC wasn't working, and 2 people passed out. They were met by ambulances on arrival. Oh, look who it is. You can go Sierra 4 if you want, I don't mind. Right, breeze definitely getting stronger now, as you can probably hear on the microphone. Shut ahead. Hello.
Yeah, Python, yeah, Ryanair 424 Whiskey.
Central 53 Sierra 210 degrees, 12 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land. Yes, we're at the distance on 5 Ryanair 424 Whiskey, contact ground, 121 destination.
I was trying. Don't look at it, there's an overhead. It's too cloudy. Should have filmed the departure. ATR next from Edinburgh. For those not familiar, I hate those winglets. There's no yellow anywhere else on the plane. Why does it need to be there? Think about it. The Lauda is red and white. Same colours as that. They haven't put yellow anywhere on that. Your suffering makes me happy. Again, reasons why people were chosen to be mods. Ryanair from Bergamo next. Malta Air gives you migraine. So we're about a half hour away, hopefully, from our displaced threshold. That will obviously bring the aircraft landing closer to us. Sorry, nearly choked. I think I swallowed a fly. It'll take them about 10-15 minutes to get all the markings and boards in place for the threshold once they decide to turn off the ILS.
Ryanair 919, make ATR 5 right on the Shamrock 6 November, Lima 220 degrees, 11 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land. Airline 28 left, Shamrock 6 November, Lima. Ryanair 919, contact ground 121 left, ground 121, alright.
Aer Lingus from Vienna next to land. And we were just mentioning your return flight the other night and the heat on board.
Sierra 5, right, Sierra Shark, Rebel Unit.
There was a time, Freddie, when myself and Ado hatched a plan to spray Retro's odd socks while I was airside. Might have to do the same with the old Malta Air. The bottom window should be grey, like the paint scheme on the plane. End of story. So, obviously, when you're on an airplane and the air on board, the airflow you feel, that is brought through the engines initially. That's how it enters the aircraft. Before it gets to the combustion chamber, there's a little, what's called a bleed valve. It lets air move down this valve before it's gone through the actual heat part of the engine. And that's what lets them bring fresh air into the cabin when they're flying. But on occasion, those can block, or even still, they can bring in warm air into the cabin. You have seen a number of instances recently in the last 2-3 years with Aer Lingus having smoke in the cabin from a seal failing on the engine, which allows combusted air, basically air post-combustion into the cabin, and that fills the cabin with smoke then. So whatever was going on with your flight, and I presume that the flight crew became aware of it fairly quickly, so it wasn't something they could control. Obviously it's not there is a temperature setting that they can control, but if it was just a case that was in the wrong place, they would have changed it. Open a window. Yeah, that too. Ruby, there's a time limit and everything set in aviation safety. If there is smoke and stuff coming into the cabin, because of the kind of smoke it is, it's highly toxic and highly carcinogenic. See the way I took my time there. There's a time limit before flight crews have to don their masks. And obviously reporting issues if they're exposed to the smoke for longer than is desired. There was a very recent, I don't know whether, I'm sure you all follow Mentor Pilot. There was a very recent video done in relation to that, and the Boeing 737 MAX in relation to the LRD. I think it's the load reduction damper. Yeah. And basically, if an LRD is engaged, so what happens is if an engine is damaged in flight, say for instance one of the fan blades gets hit by a bird strike, or if there's other damage to the engine, Boeing have installed these LRDs which basically stabilize the engine, stop excessive vibration, and allows them to land safely, not causing an emergency. But it was found that when those LRDs engage, they actually allow air post-combustion into the cabin. So bird strike, fan blade damaged, excessive vibration on one engine, LRD engages to stop that vibration, allows it to basically stabilize, but as a result, air post-combustion, including the smoke, is then into the cabin. So I think there's moves to introduce a new protocol that the air intake on that side, on whatever side the LRD activates, to prevent that air coming into the cabin. Ryanair from Amsterdam. There is one very outspoken Aer Lingus pilot currently taking legal action against Aer Lingus due to the number of incidents of smoke in the cabin experienced, saying that there's an underlying fault in the engines not being addressed. Load reduction device. There you go.
Ryanair 1 from my ATR 5, right on Sierra, contact ground 121, destination. Bye-bye. Sierra 5, right on Sierra, come on, that's it, manage Ryanair 134.
Tom, afternoon to you. But again, the reason why Mentor Pilot covered it was because it wasn't widely known. I think it was a Southwest incident in the US late last year which brought this to public knowledge, that this LRD kicked in after a bird strike on takeoff, and the cabin very quickly started filling with smoke to the point where they couldn't see in the cabin. And it wasn't known that when the LRD activates, there is the potential for this air to be drawn into the cabin. So I think a new bulletin has been issued that if an LRD activates on a particular engine, you have to kill the air intake into the cabin from that side. But yeah. Beach Life, thank you for being here, Wendy. Wendy's off out to feed the bears.
Kilo, continue to approach your runway 2 left, your number 1.
I'm going to have a quick look at the NoTam website, make sure we're still good. If this is gone again, this will be the third time this has happened, that they've put it up and then deleted it. No, we're still good. Displaced threshold due to commence at 13:40. ILS Cat 1 and 2 and lock procedures not available from 2 o'clock. Hang on. Runway 28 left, RNP instrument approach not available as well. That's not right. So if they don't have ILS and they're not using RNP, what are they going to do? We have a Ryanair from Bologna on approach, 737-800, and behind that we have an Aer Lingus A330 from Seattle. Oh, Captain Obvious, thank you. Look out the window or wing it. Oh.
Sherlock 905, 2, continue approach runway 28 left. Here number 2, the wind is 220 degrees at 13 knots.
Sherlock 956.
Tom, they are where when the aircraft passes through them they disappear. Oh.
Runner 88 Kilo right, Sierra, contact ground 121 destination. 5 Sierra 120, Ryanair 8. Sherlock 905, 220 degrees, 13 knots. Runway 28 left, clear to land. Ryanair 88 Kilo, contact ground 121 destination.
$330 from Seattle.
Low 67 Foxtrot, fully established, ILS 28 left. Gentle 67 Foxtrot, continue approach runway 28 left, and the wind is 2 714, you're number 2. Continuing temps, stone 6 and Foxtrot. Number 552, vacate Sierra 5, continue right of Sierra.
5 right Sierra 7, message.
Number 552, thank you. When vacate, contact ground on 121.8, bye-bye.
121.8, bye-bye, 7, message.
Capstone 6, 7 Fox, surface winds 220 degrees 9 knots, right left. Turn left. Turn left, straight left, Capstone 6 and Foxtrot.
So, DAA, the oldest TWE-30 in the fleet, and Shredderhead was on it. Next to land, Posty from Manchester. Capstone 6, 7 Fox, vacate Sierra 4, continue right of Sierra. Sierra 4 right Sierra, Gemstone 6 and Foxtrot. Right, so we do have Lisbon on approach. $320. Ryanair from Brussels and XLR from Paris.
Ground 1218, Gemstone 6 and Fox.
So let's see. They might let Lisbon in unless suddenly they've decided to cancel again. So this happened, I think it was one Friday we were here, we were waiting for the displaced threshold, and literally at the time it was meant to start, they deleted the NOTAM. No, it's still there. We have seen the threshold put in and then visibility drop to nothing one day, causing 3 or 4 go-arounds, and then they very quickly restored the threshold because obviously visibility, runway centerline and PAPI lights will be turned off. Ado, chat soon. We have a lurker. Hi, Helen. Patricia's at home. It types its name in the chat, or it gets the hose. I'm sorry.
Terminal 4 Lima Kilo, good day. Surface winds 220 degrees 1 and 3 knots, runway 28 left. Clear to land. Runway 28 left, clear to land.
EN 525, maybe the last one prior to threshold. Okay. Glenn says, flying in an ATR is definitely an enjoyable experience. Who was it? It was Ollie that posted it on the Discord channel, flying in ATR, and he had the decibel meter on his Apple Watch, and it was in the hundo, wasn't it? Was it above 100? Right beside the prop. Last week of the Aer Lingus A330 at Manchester this week. I believe it does end the end of the month. This is Aer Lingus from Lisbon. Had a quick glance at one of the Madeira streams earlier on this morning. Soggy. Weather forecast for Madeira and the Canaries, not great this week if you're heading away, unfortunately.
Terminal 4 Lima Kilo, right on to Sierra, contact ground 121 8. Right up Sierra 121.
Tower, hello Ryanair 160 Alpha, we are 8 knots, no final, please, yeah.
Airline 160 Alpha, surface wind is 220 degrees 1 knots, wait left. Check down. I'm doing that right here.
Any aircraft being replaced en route by the A330s from Manchester coming back. I believe isn't one of them going to be deployed to on the Toronto route instead of an XLR? Did someone say that? Ugh. Can't have our cake and eat it in relation to Madeira, I suppose. Yeah? Ryanair from Brussels next, and then the XLR EIXLV from Paris. I have received no more information. I did ask on the Discord and I've not been able to find it online anywhere in relation to XLX and XLT. So both of them operated inbound from Toronto, landing at 5:30 on the 11th and 12th of March. Now both of them mornings there was very strong crosswinds here. I did have someone messaging me asking me if I had the Indianapolis flight landing because they were on it. They said it was crazy, but I didn't. I wasn't here, obviously. 5:30 in the morning. Yeah. But so when we checked on Friday, XLX, isn't it, and XLT haven't flown since those landings. I don't know whether that's just because they're in maintenance or because they're actually grounded after heavy landings. Like, it was Andy that said it to us that he had read that both of them are grounded. Obviously, XLT is only back in the air after damaging the landing gear earlier in the year, filmed by M_EIDW. Good catcher. Just need to... You going CR4 as well? No. The phone so you can see the chat.
Continue right on Sierra. Sierra 5, right Sierra, Ryanair 160. 160 Alpha, when they say the contact ground, 121, that's what I doing. 129, when vacated, Ryanair 160 Alpha, alright. Operations, full operations free, one more to land, runway 28 left. More to land, copy that. Shamrock 525, surface wind is 2.
So just as I mentioned it, there's Eddie off to Toronto. Glenn says, we are flying on a Ryanair for the first time on May 5th from Dublin to Leeds. Ask them to brake like they're aiming for Sierra 4. XLV from Paris.
operations 1, operations 3, proceed now onto runway 28 to the left. I need advice when the operation is complete.
Turn up 1 and 3 and vehicle proceeding on 28 left and advise when all complete. And can you confirm all aircraft movements have now been suspended on the waypoint?
Confirm all aircraft wake left suspended. I'm just going to get confirmation that the ILS is switched off.
There you go.
525,
ILS being switched off, threshold being reduced.
05, right against 0, ground with 1 flight, Sierra 525, thank you. Wait. And operations 1 and operations 3, just confirm the ILS and runway 28 have been switched off.
Thanks for confirming the ILS and advice. One additional information up 3 is this one.
Overstood. Maintenance vehicle on 4 is left for off now. Maintenance 1. Maintenance 1-1. Maintenance 1-1. Correct out to the yes, please. Okay, 28 left, switching lights off now. You can advise when you wish to switch them on again. Okay, I'll call you back to my again.
Shredder has flew Ryanair 10 years ago for the first time, still waiting for the second. So what you'll see here, this is a well-oiled machine now. They've done this countless times over the last number of months. They'll be out with their boards and markings, so the pilots know they have to land further up the runway.
Maintenance 1-1, switching to 8 left, lights back on again now, somewhere.
So while this happens, obviously nothing will be allowed land. Anything that is on approach will be put into a hold. I think they're getting better at it. They're timing it in between gaps now. Hawkeye. The branch is going to do us. Hunting.
Shamrock 4 Tango Hotel. A-frame in the process now. It's being done as we speak.
Bernard, afternoon to you. So the NOTAM usually says expected delay of up to 20 minutes.
Have your transponder on? It's going to restart it now.
We have an ATR on the way from Exeter. We have Aer Lingus from Amsterdam.
Maintenance 1-1, yeah, happy now, thank you.
Where'd they go? So Joyce, the little widget you see on the top of the screen is something I've created when we're waiting for an aircraft on approach. I have it set to start picking them up at the waypoint LAPMO, LAPMO, which is where the aircraft establish on the ILS. So when there's nothing on approach, it says awaiting capture, and then as they fly over LAPMO, once they're below 3,500 feet, our tracker, working off my little ADS-B radar at home, should start picking them up. I have it set to update every 5 seconds or so, so you will see them descending gradually. You'll also see the changes in their airspeed. Now, again, the only problem I have is line of sight. That's how ADS-B signals work. My house is 30 kilometers from here, so once they get down to about 300 feet, the buildings and the tree line and basically the horizon line between my house and the airport here block the signal from being received at my home address. I do have a second one that I sometimes bring here with me at the airport and set up. I just haven't done it today.
Clear maintenance 1-1, I confirm that you clear of runway 28 left. I'm clear 28 left.
Anka,
Clear maintenance 1-1,
welcome.
they can revert back to ground on 121 last formation. Back to ground 121 last.
So basically, modern flight tracking works off ADS-B signals. The aircraft is throwing out a signal, multiple signals a second, of its current status, including altitude, direction, airspeed. You believe it or not, there's actually a section on ADS-B. You can see what the flight crews have set into the FMS. So you can see their set altitude, you can see their set speed, and you can also see the wind they're experiencing at their flight level. Obviously, if we were trying to include that stuff on that widget, it would take up the whole screen. There's no point. So it's down to the bare minimum. We use it for arrivals. You'll get the call sign, the airline, if I have it programmed in properly. You'll get the model of aircraft, speed, height, and its origin, again, if I have it programmed in correctly. Yeah, Tom, so awaiting ILS capture is just something I have there. Reality is, once they're flying over the waypoint at LAPMO on a heading of between 275 and 285 degrees, descending at a vertical rate of more than 200 feet a minute and below 3,500 feet, my ADS-B will feed it into the stream. If I did set up the second one, I can't do it. Well, obviously I have it here, but I need to switch it over on the home computer. If I set up the second one, we have complete coverage all the way down to the ground and on taxi here up to Sierra 5. But mate, so again, ADS-B is just modern aircraft tracking. Obviously years ago they would have relied on radar. ADS-B is this line of sight signal now that is emitted by the aircraft and is picked up by both legitimate and amateur receivers like my own. All aircraft have transponders, and that's what emits the signal, and then people dotted all around the country, all around the world, have these aerials that pick up these signals and feed them into flight radar or feed them into whatever tracking site you use. The exception being, obviously, if you were to go onto adsb.lol now and click U up the top of the screen. That will filter military only flights all around the world for you. You'll see any military flights that have their transponders active. Obviously, for legitimate reasons, there will be military aircraft in the air that don't have transponders on for security purposes. Hardly. Not changing again, are they? Maybe just wait for a gate. Are we illegit? No, you know what I mean, like as in official ones, like at airports and aerodromes, that kind of stuff. And then obviously hobbyists like ourselves, Paul. Connor, medical emergency on board. Had a rogue landing here on 10 right. Joyce, obviously the stream is in dual mode currently. It's in a vertical live feed and it's in a horizontal live feed. If you're on the vertical, you won't see the full bar. Jump over to the full stream on the channel and you'll see the entirety of the bar in action. Interesting why that's sat there. Wind is still for 2/8. Richard, afternoon.
I go back to ground.
Airline, how do? My God, Adrian, they are filling the potholes on the side of the road. Joyce, no problem. Again, believe it or not, Flight Radar or the other websites like FlightAware or Radar, AirNav Radar, or whoever they are, they rely on people like myself and Paul feeding them data, because it's not possible for them to have worldwide coverage without the hobbyists who feed into their website. So Flight Radar is selling you a subscription and then they're getting all their data from people like myself and Paul. So I always advocate for using the free sites like adsb.lol or Airplanes Live. They are ad-free, ADSB-based websites.
Rescue 178 firm, we are from 01, proceed runway 28 left.
From 01, cleared on runway 28.
Boxer, welcome. So, for those that weren't here, a displaced threshold has been put in. We're just waiting for the next aircraft to be allowed approach now. That BA isn't online, so it might be for an engine test maybe. Again, for those of you that might be watching on the vertical feed, obviously you're most welcome, but there is a complete full screen feed as well for you. That is EIFNH, going to be heading to Orlando. That's a van, going to be heading down the perimeter road. Now, we're going to connect the battery while it's quiet.
Hold short for me 28 left, contact ground 121 Displaced.
Hold short for me 28 left, back up ground 121 thanks.
Paul, my aerial at home is currently in the attic. Ooh, Emmy. But once the better weather kicks in, I'm gonna borrow my dad's big ladder and get it mounted up on the roof, because in the attic I have a house either side of me and it's blocking my left and right signal. So I have great coverage north and south. I hit just off the coast of Scotland heading north, and I have, I'd say, about 50 kilometers beyond the south coast heading south, but I can only get as far as Mullingar westbound, so I want to get higher up and clear of the two houses either side of me. Even with that setup in the attic, which reduces the signal strength anyway, I'm getting around 1,100 aircraft tracked a day. Obviously, because we benefit from the west to east crossing from the US. You would too, I imagine. Yeah, no, okay, no. My max range, obviously, because it's in the attic, is down to 270. So, yeah. So, our first aircraft on approach now. It's going to be an ATR from Exeter. And behind that, we've an A330 from LA. Right, so R&P is available. Okay. Graham, chat soon.
Jefferson 31, connect surface wind is 220 degrees 10 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. Land 28 left, orbit angle 2 left, displaced threshold, Jefferson 31.
way out there in the gloom. We're not going to be able to get it, I don't think. Oh, too far. .330 looming large in the background. Thank you, Vision Tig.
Surface wind 220 degrees 11 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes of 19 knots.
So, displaced threshold means we should get the ATRs down here at Sierra 5 unless they throw on the anchors heavy and they make 4, but everything else will be down at here at Sierra 5 or Sierra 6. See the difference in height now. They're landing further down the runway. Again, that's to allow for the construction work going on down on the south apron where it joins runway 28 left. Jairo, welcome. A330 from LA.
Cameron 605, Papa, surface wind is 210 degrees 12 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes, 18 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. Clear to land, displaced threshold, and runway 28 left, runway 5 flight cycle.
Pipe organs, welcome back. DNR Rail, Daniel as well, welcome. Aer Lingus from Amsterdam.
Ryanair 17 November Echo, hello. Taking a Ryanair 17 November Echo, you're number 1 now, runway 28 left, continue the RMP Tango approach. Channel 605 Papa, vacate Sierra 5, continue right Sierra. Sierra 5, right hand Sierra, number 605 Papa. 605 Papa, thank you. Let vacate, contact ground 121 destination point. Let vacate, contact ground 121 destination 605 Papa. Ryanair 17 November Echo, surface wind is 200 degrees 10 knots, maximum
Mark Brooks, welcome along.
Tango Hotel, hello, RSP Tango to
Stephen, I don't think so.
Tango approach runway 28 left, you're number 2, and the surface wind is 20.
Wednesday and Friday we're kind of on the cards this week, unless something interesting or unusual suddenly appears. It'll be Wednesday or Friday.
Number 5 to Echo from Bray, zone entry approved, not above 2,000 feet.
Ryanair from Madrid.
17 hectopascals, from Bray, Collini to Pigeon House Chimneys, and remain south of the River Liffey at all times. Frames, Stunner 5 to Echo. Ryanair 17 November Echo, vacate Sierra 5, continue right of Sierra. Sierra 5, right here, Ryanair 17 November Echo. 17 November Echo, thank you, then vacate, contact ground, frequency 121 destination point. 1 destination, Ryanair 17 November Echo, bye.
Aer Lingus from Rome next to land. Aer Lingus from Birmingham. So, You can see the difference, how much closer they are to us when they're touching down now compared to previously. The touchdown point basically closer to us now, with the initial part of runway 28 left blocked off to them. On final, we have Aer Lingus from Milan. Now, the PC-12 is shown on Dub Dongle because it's landing obviously at Weston, so it's matching the descent profile, it's matching the runway heading, and that's why. Happens sometimes, especially on days where there's loads of people out flying at Weston doing touch and goes, Matt. I actually have a fix for it, so maybe I've deleted it by mistake. PC-12 is EJVAIS, frequent visitor to Weston. You would have heard on ATC a few minutes ago, then been told to track via the Liffey out to the Palmerstown roundabout.
40 Romeo, the RMP Tango, and we're at 3.5 miles. Station 43 Romeo, surface wind is 220 degrees 9 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes of 21 knots.
Benny, I'll be arriving from Luton in an hour or so. We'll be here.
Left, displaced station 43 Romeo.
Matt. Yeah, so initially when I first created it, it had this problem that it was also that momentary second of takeoff on the north runway, where the aircraft goes from ground to climb rate. That was registering as a descent initially when I first created this too, so I applied a fix that the field beside me here is the cutoff point. Anything GPS based beyond the field here beside me is excluded from the widget. I just have to do the same with the other side of the runway, add a second exclusion to stop Weston. Appearing on it, Matt.
Tower Shamrock 39 Alpha, Establish RP Tango
2-8 from Milan.
G'day, Shamrock 39 Alpha, continue the RP Tango approach, runway 28 left, surface wind is 210 degrees 10 knots, and the maximum gust in the last 10 minutes of 21 knots. Steady approach, Shamrock 39 Alpha.
So there's the 21 knot gusts we were talking about.
Number 43 Romeo, making 06, flight on Sierra, contact ground 121 decimal 8. 06, flight on Sierra, ground 121 decimal 8, number 43 Romeo. Number 3 Niner Alpha, surface wind is 200 degrees 11 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes of 21 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. Clear to land, 28 left, displaced threshold, Shamrock 3 Niner Alpha. runway 28 left, the wind is 210 degrees 1 and 3 knots, and the maximum gust in the last 10 minutes is 21 knots. Continue. Continue to a left, Jamestown 3.9 left.
Aer Lingus from Hamburg on final. Behind that we have an ATR. Circumference in from Aberdeen. Tom, we're not going to speculate. None of us have a clue, so we don't talk about crashes at the best of times. We're definitely not going to try come up with a reason for it. So circumference from Edinburgh, and then a 320 Neo Aer Lingus from Malaga. Yeah, they do that with their judgy stares. No, Tom, you're all right. Just like I said, we'll keep it. Obviously, we've already said our thoughts are with all those affected, and it's a horrible situation. But there's no service to us coming up with reasons or explanations.
Mike, zone entry approved at Brain on above 2,000 feet. QNH is 1016 hectopascals now. And continue from Bray, Killiney, pitch down chimneys, remain south of the River Lily.
So there's another aircraft being guided into Weston on ATC. No doubt it'll make an appearance on our dongle.
Mike, just traffic information or information for you, follow bit of check in the right, Sierra, contact ground 118, James, so 311. Radio 118, ground. Tower
That's what I get for awarded chaps once. And like I said, I thought they were waterproof, so I brought them by mistake. Wrong wardrobe. On a clearer day, we'd be able to see that inbound to Weston come through here, but I haven't been able to see any of them yet. I have been watching. A320neo from Malaga next. Sideways 320neo.
And Gemstone 5, Yankee Alpha, continue the RMP Tango approach, runway 28 left, surface wind is 220 degrees 11 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes of 19 knots, continue. Continue, Gemstone 5, Yankee Alpha. Confirm RMP Tango approach. RMP Tango 5, Yankee Alpha. Q. Papa vacate 05, continue right onto Sierra. Turn onto Sierra, Sierra, Shepherd, Papa. 5 Papa, thank you. When vacating, contact ground 121 display. Bye-bye. Towards display, thank you, Shepherd, Papa. Gemstone 5, Yankee Alpha, surface wind 220 degrees 10 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes of 19 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, runway threshold. Runway 28 left, clear to land.
ATR next from Edinburgh. Michael says, great view from the Phoenix Park. They go almost overhead. I was in myself and Ruth and the boys went into the city centre for the first time in years there 2-3 weeks ago, and I was shocked by how low the traffic flies over Dublin city centre into Weston.
Surface wind is 210 degrees 9 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes 19 knots.
Been that long since I was in there, I completely forgot. ATR Edinburgh, bright light, might mess with us. No, we should be okay. Yeah, we'll see. A little bit of movement and that'll throw the focus, I imagine. Oh, twofer, look at that. Twofer. Jeffrey, welcome.
Jump 5 Yankee Alpha, vacate Sierra 5, continue right onto Sierra. Vacate Sierra 5, continue right Sierra. Okay, jump 5 Yankee Alpha, when vacating, contact ground frequency 121, that's fine. Right. Vacating ground 121, that's fine. 5 Yankee Alpha, thanks. Ryanair 8762, service minutes 210 degrees Cameron, speed 28 left, clear to land, thanks for your help. 959, next extra, Ryan, Runner 28 Alpha Echo, number 2, runway 28 left, continue the RP Tango approach. The wind is 210 degrees.
Ryanair from Gatwick next.
Ryanair Alpha Echo reduced back to 165 knots from there.
Runner 28 Alpha Echo, continue the approach on the RP Tango approach runway 28 left. When you call Sierra Mike, contact Western now, frequency 122.4. 122.4, Echo Sierra Mike, thank you, bye.
They don't get stopped, they're going full length. They are going full length.
Ryanair 8762, vacate the end, right onto Sierra, contact ground on 121.8, will vacate. Okay, vacate on Sierra, and 118 to vacate Ryanair 8762. Okay, wait.
Boxer, in the 80s I lived in Beaumont. Under the flight path you could read the registration of aircraft which were very low and noisy. Wouldn't be allowed to do that now.
Clear Runner 85 Golf Uniform, number 2, runway 28 left, continue the RP Tango approach, and the surface wind is 220 degrees 11 minutes. Roger, number 2 for the RP Tango 2.
Going to turn to the arriving aircraft. By the time the Ryanair taxis down to us, this will be almost landed. Vacate Sierra 6 right onto Sierra, contact ground
Ryanair 85 Golf uniform, surface winds 210 degrees 10 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes 16 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. Roger, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold, Ryanair.
Amsterdam, next to land, Ryanair.
Connect 0826, your number 2, runway 28 left, continue the Europe Tango approach. The surface wind is 200 degrees 11 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes of 107 knots. Continue.
And you can hear there, BA behind this.
Tango, Victor, Golf, Bravo, good day, zone out to ground level 2000 feet, QNH 1016, Texas, South route for the Pigeon House Chimneys, remain south of the river. Firm Golf, Golf, Bravo, and military activity, military active or 15 to 3000 feet or 16, and the other way forward, flight level 180.
So British Airways next to land from Heathrow, and then we have Bombardier Global 6000 behind that from, where's that? Paris.
Fraction 520 Golf, continue the Europe Tango approach, runway 28 left, and the surface wind is 220 degrees at 12 knots. Continue approach, fraction 520 Golf. Thank you, just the A-frame, and the QNH is 1016 hectopascals. QNH 1016, fraction 520 Golf. Emirates 26, vacate 05, right onto Sierra, contact ground frequency 121.1, 118 right onto Sierra. Fraction is 520 pounds, surface wind 220 degrees 11 knots, maximum gust in the last 10 minutes 17 knots, only 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. Clear to land with a displaced threshold, fraction 520.
Yeah, no time for waving there. They were too busy steering. That's just what I say to myself to make myself feel better, but it's okay.
Golf Bravo, confirm remaining south of the river. Take that, go for Bravo. Thank you.
Don't think I'm going to be able to see you. I'll check again, because I don't think so. No.
Highlights right for whiskey with Arn Tango from my straight there.
So we just had a BA land from Heathrow. We're going to have this global land, and then we have another BA from Heathrow.
The maximum cost in the last 10 minutes of 1.7 knots for team. Okay, number 2 for the RMP and keep straight left with 84.
Approved. It's the little things, Tom, that get me through the day. That and the voices. Doesn't want to focus.
Golf, vacate 05, then it's right onto Sierra. Right Sierra 5, right Sierra, fraction 520. Fraction 520 Golf.
Graham, welcome back.
Ground on 121, this way, alright. And then vacated 118, fraction 52, suitable. Favorite 8450, surface wind is 210 degrees at 8 knots. Maximum gust in the last 10 minutes is 1.7 knots. Moving to 8 left. Clear to land. Space threshold. Runway 28, clear to land. Space threshold. Getting forward. Golf Tango Victor Golf Bravo. No further traffic. Contact Western Mail 12271 per day. 324 for Western Bay. Mayor Ryanair 210 Quebec, your number 2, runway 28 left, RMP Tango approach.
Little oil breather on that side of the engine, see it? Kevin, welcome along.
Speedway 84 Whiskey, vacate Sierra 5 and right onto Sierra. Sierra 5 onto Sierra, please. Speedway 84 Whiskey, thank you, been vacated. Contact ground frequency 121, destinate the light. Square 128, Speedway 84 Whiskey, bye. Ryanair 21 Zulu Quebec, service minus 220 degrees 8 knots, maximum cost for the last 10 minutes of 16 knots, Quebec Captain, Qatar Airways, Quebec. Ryanair 7 Tango Charlie, number 2, runway 28 left on your P Tango approach. Continue.
Ryanair from Stansted next, followed by Manchester. But that's 3 Heathrow flights from BA we've seen since I started at 11:30. Unless they're bringing one in for this, because that's after getting parked up by the looks of it. So they might have had to ferry one in at the last minute to replace a tech issue. Well, don't get me wrong, we're used to multiple BA Heathrow flights a day, just never that close together. So we now have Ryanair from Manchester, followed by Aer Lingus from Manchester.
Ryanair 7 Tango Charlie, indicate 05 right 0. 7 right 0, Ryanair 7 Tango Charlie.
May, as always, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
209, wind 22 centimeters, 7 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced. Land 28 left, displaced, directional, 209.
So, Aer Lingus from Manchester, then we've got a 5-minute gap, 4-minute gap maybe. Oh no, we have Ryanair from Sofia, and then we have our Turkish 321 Neo from Istanbul. We have Lanzarote Ryanair. We have a BA Embraer from London City. Bob, afternoon. Scary. You were lonely in the comments earlier.
Sherman 209, 06, right here. 06 here, Sherman 209. Sherman 209, ground 121, that's fine. 128, Sherman 209.
That's the one Brian pointed out when they repainted it. They spelled Emer wrong. Saint Emir. SK said hello, welcome. So we have a max 8 joining final now in a second from Sofia, Turkish Istanbul, Ryanair Lanzarote, BA London City, Ryanair Liverpool. Saint Arabian Prince, exactly.
Runner 671, Papa, fully established RP tanker runway 2 left. Runner 671, Papa, continue the RP tanker approach number 1, wind 210 degrees at 9. Continue runner 671, Papa.
We have an ATR coming down by Dundalk as well from Donegal.
Pilot 671 Papa, 722 elevated 9 knots, showing 28 left, clear to land, space threshold. 697 runway 2 taxi, space threshold, 671 Papa.
Pulls in for now, snoozy boos. Boxer, there is a, if you search Aer Lingus saint names, there was an article recently written that explains the origin of each one, including Saint Albert, the patron saint of obscene piercings. So that was Ryanair from Sofia and the Turkish twofer. Twofer. Can we get a treefer? We can? Treefer? Giving me the look straight ahead, almost like he knew me.
Pilot 671 Papa, taxi right Sierra, contact ground 12 Displaced. Taxi 118, Ryanair 671 Papa.
Vic. Welcome.
Rescue 13 is vacated to 8 left, Sierra 7, Foxtrot to 8 left at all. Rescue 13, thank you.
Boxer, it's probably the exact opposite. The day is done. Just can't go back to the depot yet because the depot's around the corner. We're getting there. Drifted into tailwind territory there nearly for a minute. Look.
Stand 5 Mike, continue approach number 2, continue on the RMP time. Number 2, stand 5 Mike.
Turkish from Istanbul.
Turkish 9 Whiskey Romeo, Sierra 5 right on Sierra. Sierra 5 right on Sierra, Turkish 9 Whiskey Romeo. Ryanair 75 Mike, wind 210 degrees, 11 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. I'm 287, copy the threshold, Ryanair 75 Mike. Thank you. Turkish 9 Whiskey Romeo,
Green sleeves, potential rookie engine. Bruins in Boston, welcome along. Ryanair from Lanzarote. Bus from across the road.
Front of 75 Mike, taxi right, 0. Fly 95 Echo, wind 220 degrees, 9 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. Say left, clear to land, roger, fly 95 Echo.
British Airways, Embraer next. LCY. Another twofer. Yes. Sorry. There you go. Two. Ford, Ashbourne neck of the woods, if you're still there. My radar is showing massive amount of rain. That can't be right, is it? George, afternoon. If you have the rain layer on flight radar, the entire west of the country from Dublin outwards is covered in rain. That can't be right. It's meant to be no rain today. Ryanair from Liverpool. I don't have rain covers on, so that's why I'm a tad concerned. They were prepared for that approach anyway. RNP. Yeah, that's crazy. Like I said, I don't know whether you can see it on your flight radar or not, but literally stretches from Ashbourne all the way over to Ballinasloe. That's a stream ender if that does get here, just so you know. I imagine it's reading wrong, has to be. Brian says rain has been on the Met Éireann app over Ashbourne all day. Okay. Ryanair from London Luton. Freddie says maybe it's purple rain, but we did have a Prince arrive a little while ago, so.
Ryanair 5, Mike Kilo. Continue RP Tango approach, number 2, and wind 220 elevated 9. Continue RP Mike Kilo.
ATR from Donegal. Wings over Dublin, afternoon to you.
Echo 272, Dublin, zone entry approved, not above 2,000 feet. The QNH is 1016, stay south of the M50.
Echo 272. Police helitractor. Sorry.
Delta, Sierra 5, right Sierra. Sierra 5, right Sierra. Ryanair 5, Mike Kilo, wind 22 centimeters, 10 knots, show me to left, clear to land, displaced, low radio 1 quarter runway, right 1 runway, low, continue the RP tango.
Pipe organs.
Ryanair 1-4, Bravo, Victor, wind 210 with 9 knots, show me to left, clear to land, displaced, total, third left, clear to land, displaced, threshold, Ryanair 1 for Victor.
Shredderhead says deal or no deal is on, but it's a repeat. So I get a pass today, Shredderhead, do I? Tenerife. I was going to say it's a cold day to be getting off a plane from Tenerife, but they're coming from storms and rain, so just like home. I hear Helitractor in the background. They took a picture of me. See that flash?
Dublin Tower, Echo 272, request to operate Darndale south of the R139. Echo 272, yeah, that's approved south of the R139, Darndale, 28 left for arrivals in Dublin. To operate Darndale south of the R139 and 28 left for arrivals in Dublin. Right, 1 for Bravo Victor, right Sierra, ground 1 right. Okay, 1 for left flight, 1 for Bravo. Camera 165, wind 22 degrees, 10 knots, runway to Atlantic, get land, call, play social. Your banner is straight left, destination short to 1 time. Sure, 136 miles, and the cost of operating just 10 miles back over Darndale, you lock it.
Oh, Ryanair odd sock. Still. Finbar says, watching Deal or No Deal. Well, look, Dubjet versus Deal or No Deal. Watch a banker or watch a me.
771 Echo, hello, continue on approach, number 2, caution helicopter operating just south of finals, about 2 miles, finals just south of the final track, below 1,500 feet. Okay, continue approach on the Tango 8 left, and that's copied on 771 Echo.
EI 165 from Heathrow next.
Echo 272, traffic is Ryanair 737 on a 6 mile final for 2 left. Looking out Echo 272. The R139, look out Echo 272. Thank you very much.
I shall leave it to your imagination.
165, Sierra 5, right Sierra. Sierra 5, right Sierra, Shamrock 165. Running 771 Echo, wind 220 degrees at 12 knots, runway to Atlantic, careful land, displaced threshold. To left, still on displaced threshold, and we'll see around 10 to 1. Shamrock 165, ground 121, that's right. Ground 121, that's right, Shamrock 121, bye. Running 6 for Alpha, so then continue on to Tango approach, to the left, in number 2. Running continue approach, repeat the good way, running 6 for Alpha, so for information, the helicopter operating just south of 2 miles per hour, for 2 left. Keep going.
Ryanair from Birmingham next, 737-800. can see the heat haze rising off the Aer Lingus.
Runway 2 Displaced result, please land and protocol. 771 Echo, right on Sierra, ground 120. Right on Sierra and 121. Hotel Lima, continue RP Tango approach, number 2, course traffic helicopter operating about a mile and a half south of 2 miles down of the Dublin. Roger, and continue Ryanair 67 Hotel Lima.
Ryanair from Prague next. Farmer, welcome. You better not be bringing bad news. So, what sometimes we mistake for a wave, the hand going up to the overhead centre console between the two pilots. As they turn off the Sierra taxiway here, they have to turn off all the lights that they had on for landing. Protocol says they can have their nose wheel taxi light on, but their landing lights and all must be off when they're taxiing, obviously facing the incoming aircraft. More obviously would be noticeable at night time for the inbound aircraft. Would be noticeable at night time for the inbound aircraft, not so much during the day, but it's just once they land and they turn off the active, they turn off the landing lights and the runway turn light, and they taxi on a nose wheel taxi light only. We do sometimes think they're waving when they have the hand up there like that. Burbs. Smooth, but definitely running down to 6. They're fast. Nicely done though.
Hotel Lima, 06 if you can, and then right on Sierra.
Farmer, I know. I was talking about it earlier. The wind chill is meant to be atrocious. Finn, welcome.
Tower Echo 272, tracking south towards the city. 272, thank you. Ryanair 67 Hotel Lima, something Bravo 209. 118,
Ruby, they're warning of potential snow showers for some parts on Wednesday early morning, but the wind chill is meant to have it in the minuses for most of the day, and the wind is to be gusting 80 kilometers per hour. Ryanair from Basel. I told you. Summer 2026 was last Friday. Missed it. Guido! Push your mouth. Oh. Yeah, so I had planned on streaming Wednesday anyway. I'm going to have a look and see peak winds. At the moment, again, it looks like a headwind mostly, but it's still going to be 70, 80 kilometer per hour gusts. So we'll be here Wednesday. I just might not be able to get out of the van with the amount of layers I'm going to be wearing. On approach, Ryanair from Milan Malpensa, MXP.
Everybody get on 920 Hotel, established at Tango 37. Ryanair 659 or 20 Hotel, surface wind 22 Celsius, 1 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. Displaced vessel, straight land, straight left, runway 27.
Wings over Dublin. Typical Irish weather. Might be getting snow in March. Sure, Beast from the East was March, where we ended up with 6-foot snow drifts. Shredderhead says you should stand on top of the van in a t-shirt on Wednesday. Pilots will wave at you then. You'll be able to hang the camera off something. Tripod. Get your mind out of the gutter. Never will forget 2018. Farmer, we woke up and the snow had blown through our estate from the main road and up against our front door. So when I opened the front door, all the snow fell inside. But we brought the dogs out and the dogs were disappearing into it. They were jumping and just falling through. It was class. Myself and Eric, my eldest son, trekked in blizzard conditions to get milk and bread. Because, as you know, anytime anything happens in Ireland, you have to buy milk, bread and toilet roll. Yeah, Focus isn't having a good time here at the moment. Here we go. We even dropped milk into my mother and father, and it was only about 2 hours later after we'd left, my mother texts me and says, I just realised you were checking on the elderly. And I was like, don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say that. I'm not brave enough. So this is Milan Max 8. Again, for those that weren't here earlier, Michael O'Leary of Ryanair hopes the Max 10 will be certified by September. Ryanair have 150 of them on order. They've already received 210 Max 8s. Maria, thank you for 15 months. And Adam, congrats on 3 months as well.
Thank you.
I imagine so, Farmer. I imagine that was horrific.
Ryanair 590 with Echo, wind 220 degrees, Thomas, coming to 8 left, clear to land, displaced threshold. Land with the displaced threshold, Ryanair 590 with Echo. Ryanair 920 hotel, contact ground, 121 display. 118 Ryanair 220, thank you, bye. Bye.
With Wings over Dublin, I remember in the lead up to Ophelia, we went and we got storm supplies, and then realised that a lot of the stuff we'd bought required us to have electricity and went and had to get more storm supplies, mostly sweets. Got the wave. A certain little remembers 2018 well. Very much so. Alex, how do I become one? Meditation and deep inner peace, and you'll find yourself one with your surroundings. That's right, yeah. The Lidl in City West was raided using a JCB, and they reefed the safe out of the building with the JCB. Only waving because he greased it. Ryanair from Amsterdam, and then we have Le Wookie, Air France from Paris.
Ryanair 590 Echo, taxi right here.
That's how I afforded the camera gear.
Airbus 200 Julia Bravo, wind
Oh, wish I knew how to drive a JCB. So, Le Wookie next. We were denied earlier. Air Baltic didn't slow down enough. We need something to distract the Air France crew to make them stop. Give us a proper Wookie. So it's looking like we've a huge gap after this Air France. I don't want to say we're going to finish, but I don't think anyone wants to be waiting 25, 30 minutes with nothing landing. So we'll see how we go. Camera mounted to the bucket of the JCB, Sarah Jane, so I can see over the fence. You're onto something there.
Air France 29 Juliet Bravo, big gate Sierra 5, taxi right on Sierra. Sierra 5 for right, Sierra 29 Juliet. Air France 29 Juliet Bravo, contact ground 121 destination.
Come on, Wookie. You can do it.
1.
That's 2 Wookiees denied today. Don't forget who gave you the idea when you go viral. Quitting time for DHL. So, yeah. To quote a well-known show, on that disappointing note, what are you? Hang on. Oh. They're still busy. Folks, like I said, I'm going to try cover Wednesday. If it does end up snowing overnight, it's unlikely, but if it does, I'm going to stay home. I don't drive in snow unless I have to. It's not about me, it's about putting other people at risk or other people crashing into you. But yeah, that's probably not going to be the case. High winds Wednesday. Looks like mostly in the afternoon more so than the morning, but that could speed up as the system moves closer to us. I'll keep you updated. Yeah. Thank you everyone for being here. If you haven't, smashy likey. Update. Mr. Big Jet is doing well. Wishing him speedy recovery. I imagine he just wishes he's at home now. And hopefully that'll happen for him soon enough. I know everyone on the YouTube aviation community and wider are rooting for him, so yeah, that's me. Mods, as always, thank you for being mean to me for a number of hours. Shredder heads off for Tipping Point. My grandfather loved Tipping Point. Can't watch it anymore though. Anytime I visited him and was sitting with him in the hospice, he wanted Tipping Point on, so I can't watch it anymore. But anyway, folks, stay safe. We'll see you Wednesday. If anything does happen to appear tomorrow that might be interesting, I will try be here. But yeah, Wednesday, the next plan. Thanks everyone. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.